Hello, and welcome back to Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Today, I want to make, not really progress, but I want to collect stuff, but the first thing that I want to do is get a couple of these quests out of the way. Basically these two exact quests, just get them done. I don't think they should take too long, and then I can do like Nargacuga, a bunch of actual large monster hunts. I will skip like Blanganga and do that in the future, but I'm just gonna start easy, clear out the first couple of meaningless quests. It's kind of, the quests in this game are very repetitive. Like there's a very large number of quests that just sort of repeat, and it became obvious at 4-star. Like there's a bunch of hunt-a-thons for monsters that I've already done. After the very first Nargacuga I killed, I instantly got another basic Nargacuga quest. Like it's very odd how they seem to have chosen to set up quests. Having a load of, this is not what it is, that won't give me burns. Having a load of like the same monster, which is helpful for like material gathering. I think that's one positive. If you're doing all the quests, you'll actually get materials from the monsters as you clear instead of having to repeat the same quest, but but like if I want a specific piece of gear, I can just farm the monsters, so having extra quests that are the same is kind of silly. And I think it's a bit of a waste of time. Like having a normal quest and a capture quest is repetitive, but I can at least kind of understand it. Going from like, oh, this is a hunt quest for a Nargacuga to hunt quest for a Nargacuga, just unnecessary. But maybe it's an effective way to introduce grinding to people. I don't know. This is a I wonder if those feathers are indicating that the monster is a Malfestio, or if those feathers are always there. 'Cause that would be interesting. Three more. That'd be a pretty cool way to indicate the monster in the area. What? Did I do something there? Oh, it was a Nargacuga showing up. So it isn't that. Though Nargacuga is kind of blue, but I don't think that's what it is. It's the same color as Malfestio, I think. It's kind of a shame. Small Nargacuga is kind of fun. I really do enjoy that it's a lot smaller in this game than the newer one. Please, one more. Thank you. That should be it. Yes. Let's double check. I don't understand these quests. I don't understand the purpose of the quests where turn in ferns, you get a ticket that you turn in to finish the quest. I don't know why that. I don't understand the purpose of that type of quest. Hunt-a-thons, if I understand it correctly, are ways to hunt the same monster repeatedly, sort of. And maybe they spawn after the first, they keep spawning forever or something. Which, if that's how it works, is practical, but a gathering quest like this is kind of silly. Like, unless the monster you kill here respawns and you get another monster infinitely without having to leave, but that would be weird to me. It wouldn't be the assumption I would make. Because it's still no different than just any other gather quest. Just there's that extra layer to jump through right at the end. Except, yeah. Like, I don't get it. Maybe there's some reason. Maybe there's some reason to do it and not turn in the Paw Pass ticket. I just struggle to guess. So in theory, these should be big, piercing boomerangs. But I couldn't throw it in time. Oh, hand gloves, red and blue. Got police siren. It's interesting that the Kelby attacked. A lot of monsters don't seem to attack post-quest in the quest end screen, but the Kelby attacked me. Okay, one more quick quest. Meteorite needs to be delivered. I think it's in Zone 7. So it should be fairly quick. Okay, but it did get me a new recipe. Or new ingredient, which is at least one new recipe. Yeah, I think Volvidon. I'm not hunting a Volvidon. I wonder how Volvidon compares. Because I know Rise Volvidon is really annoying, in my opinion. Not hard, just annoying. Well, it is literally hard because of its shell. But okay, I think it's Zone 8 that I need to go to. Though it could be 6, so I'll check that first. It's one of these little side zones. Yeah, not here. I mean, it could also be 9. It's 8 or 9 though, for sure. I wonder how they numbered this. Like the 1, 2, 3. So 1, then down, then up, up, left, all the way to the bottom, middle, bottom left, up, up, left. It's a very odd pattern. Because it's not right to left, top to bottom, left to right. Like it's meteor. It's not bottom to top, top to bottom, left to right, right to left. It's none of those. It's a very glowing meteorite chunk. Which means maybe it's dangerous. Glowing from heat, which isn't what it would be because the color, it wouldn't be glowing white hot. Glowing from radiation. I have no idea how it could be glowing. It can't be glow in the dark because we're not in the dark anymore. What a silly system to have. This is probably one of the worst quests. It's interesting. It says it's an unseen large monster, but it's not on. Oh, there it is. It took a while. It must have moved, or it just showed up. I wonder whether I was just not paying attention properly. Yeah, this is like the worst one ever. It's close enough that it's not as annoying, so it's good that in that way, but it's such a short distance. It's sort of makes it a little bit worse that we have to pick it up. Wonder if I could play this almost with my eyes closed. Get it in line, close my eyes for a bit. Check, because I don't know if I was going in the straight line. Here I obviously need to be able to see. Because there's maybe a few monsters that I could avoid, I might need to pay attention to. But most of it I could just take a nap. Here's where I have to be careful though. Then now that I'm past, I can close my eyes again. With the recognition that I need to turn a little bit right. Transition means I need to pay attention, line up a little. I don't trust the Conchu. I am actually going to stay focused because they might roll at me. Yeah, they kind of turn when they charge a little. They're actually dangerous. But I should be fine now. I hope. Yeah, these transport quests are not very interesting. There's a lot of stuff that it has been improved. I don't think gathering transport quests have been improved. I think there's just fewer of them. But I'm just looking at like weapon crafting has been improved a lot. Honestly, I think Rise has had the most streamlined system for that. Worlds is kind of clunky. Worlds still worked with the older system of separating the crafting and upgrading windows for no real reason. Rise having it all in one screen made it a lot easier to just craft what you needed. Easy to see it all in one place. Quest complete. 5 more ingredients. Ah, spring rice is the new one. Okay. Lock spring rice. I don't know enough about tea. I don't know if you want walnuts in tea, but maybe it tastes delicious. I just don't know if it tastes good at all though. Okay. The quest requires Ariel. It doesn't require it, but it helps a lot. Yeah, I only have to mount and topple twice, which is very doable. So I think black belt? Defender high is probably good. Hmm. I'm gonna go defender. Or well, I guess hope for defender. This quest is in the Jurassic Frontier. And away we go. I think Nargacuga is kind of rough. I still need to learn when to Sonic Bomb. My assumption with the Sonic Bomb is that it has a timing to use it, which could be when its eyes turn red. Maybe if you throw it when it has its tail stuck, something bigger will happen. I can't guess when else it would be good to Sonic Bomb it. Like if you could Sonic Bomb when it's trying to run away, that would be something. When it flies up straight in the air. No, good. Thank you. Roar. I hate that attack, because it actually is an attack, and that feels so wrong. Okay, that didn't... Ooh, for a second there I thought it was going to tail spike, but I don't think it tail spikes this early. It also doesn't have a spiky tail yet, so it can't tail spike, I think. I should definitely sheathe. And then just prepare to engage like that, instead of sitting with my weapon out. I hate that, because it is an attack. That might be one of the better mounted defenses by a monster, I think. Where it actually visibly tries to get you off of its back. Instead of most of the others where they just sort of move around. Dash, dash, always two, I guess, hopefully. Then. No, forward. Oops. That was a roar. Interesting. Or a wind pressure effect. This is not ideal. One, two. I think a quick sheath would be... I think quick sheath would be very nice. In this particular fight. just moves around so much. Okay. Tail slam preparation. Just stay safe. I think it should be soon. I hope it mounts soon. Greedy. It worked out. Undeservedly. Ooh, that was awkward looking. Okay, it's defending, it's defending. That was the second mount. Let's just do this on the ground. You're playing it safer is a good idea. 1, 2, oh, 3. Oh, do I have to break it in normal form and then cut it in red eye? I've heard there's a specific tail cut for Nargacuga. Never really felt like it came into play in Rise or no, I don't know about World. In Rise it didn't feel relevant. The tail cut was fairly consistently easy to get, whereas here it's so much less mobility, so it's harder to focus the tail. Weird looking. Okay, positioned well. That was a little bit close to empty. Oosh, not quite. I wonder if a Evade Extender affects this. That would be interesting if a Evade Extender affects the reach of that roll. So that I could, like, engage from further away. It should. Assuming Evade Extender, you know, extends Invade's Tail Break. I can't look. Yes, it is broken. Good. Let's be maybe a little wasteful. Yeah, something's going really well. Takes a bit to figure it out, the difference between the previous. Well, it's not previous, future game, how it plays, but it's just play it safer. Play it safer, I say, as I play over aggressive. Just when it's here, just stay out of the way, prepare for it to attack. doesn't do multiple swings there. I guess it is still low rank anyway, so can't really compare it to master rank version in an entirely different game. Ooh, that was close. Not bad. Oh, okay. It should have kept going for an attack. That was lucky. Oof, close. Yeah, the defender skill has definitely helped a lot. And that was goofy looking. Oof. First heal. Okay, please don't wear out the paintball. Okay, good. Ah, might as well. I don't think 5 has a sleep, but it might. No, it's moving, so it's not asleep. Oh, it's not in spiky form, so I don't think I can cut the tail anymore. I shouldn't be that aggressive. Easy. Alright. Now this is an opportunity to cut it. Maybe. Don't you dare. I literally just got here. Why are you leaving again? Please go to 8. Yes, that looks like 8. That could be 7 though. Could even be 10 or 11, but I guess the 7. I shouldn't have to paintball it again. Well, it's clearly not here, so it must be in 9 or 9, 11, or 10, or it changed direction. Sometimes I don't think they always go in the direction that they fly. Yeah, 9 is acceptable though, based on the angle that it left at. If it leaves again right away, I'll be so angry. I hate this game. Like, Rise and World, I think, have some degree of, hey, they won't leave after getting hit by a paintball equivalent. They won't insta-leave. But it happens so often in this game. It is very frustrating because it's just a waste of time. Like, it doesn't make it harder. It's just annoying. I guess it technically eats into time, and time is a factor, but... that has a lot of, like, iframe. Like, that has so many frames in which I don't die. It's really quite impressive. I guess it's to make it so it's not... Oh, great, bad timing on that. Roar into that into roar. And it's gonna leave again! I hate this game. I'm just gonna Sonic Bomb it repeatedly. Guess what? You just got here? Get Sonic Bombed. It did nothing because he was still 9 frames. It did nothing because he's deaf. That hitbox was a little bit wide. It's about the most mundanely frustrating hunt ever. Because it would have died 2 minutes ago if it hadn't flown away on that first paintball hit. Maybe a minute. It would have saved me a minute of my life. Like, having a minimum time in the zone, be at least like 30 seconds, a minute minimum before they can run away again, would save time. But I don't think I can craft anything because was it the Nargacuga weapon that exists is hard to find because it's... Is it bone? It would be the bone tree. Yeah, Hidden Axe level 4. Requires level 3 bone axe, or level 4 bone axe. Which requires a lot of stuff. Uragan Scoot is the next level. Dragonite ore. I haven't found any Dragonite ore. That might be on the volcano. That might be worth spending some time on. Prowler, Volcano, see if I can mine for Dragonite. With that, I could maybe make the Bone Axe. With the Bone Axe, I can make the Hidden Axe, which might not be great, but I could make it. Healing File must be Charge Blade. But yeah, Bone Axe needs to be upgraded. I don't think Yeah, I don't have a Yukumo. I could craft one to upgrade. I still have like the Ludroth, the Arzros I don't have any copies of. Grimcat, Dragonite. I don't want to use all the monster fluid. Antica antlers are not bad. So Yukumo upgrades. It's a level 3 version. Needs lava nuggets, probably volcano. So this is 130 minus 10 affinity. Wild Axe needs Paddock Oil, which is, I believe, Tetsukabra. Bone Axe, I need one more level, and Dragonite. So I think I might do the Prowler and actually explore the volcano area for a little bit. And just gather ores. With the hope that this is where I can get what I need. Yeah. Maybe if I run into a fun monster, I might hunt it. If they show up. I wonder what important monster is going to be here. Okay, so hot zone 6-8. Doesn't matter for a Palico or Prowler. This looks like a berry type. Adamant seeds. But berries, okay, yeah. I remember this map being confusing. Why was it confusing? I can't remember that part. Coal. Macalite. Maybe the Dragonite's... It wouldn't surprise me if Dragonite was only available in a specific zone. And I probably searched this exact question years ago. I bet there's a quest to gather a specific ore type in the volcano. We should probably check for that. I'm gonna briefly... Dragonite ore is obtained on Jurassic Frontier Area 8 apparently has Dragonite. Volcano 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, and 11. So yeah, I can get my Dragonite ore now. I'll do 2, 3, 4, 5. That should hopefully get me plenty of Dragonite, I'd hope. Is it Uruktor that is one of the monsters in this area? Eventually. Can I jump in the lava? Close enough. I guess 5-4 if I want to hope. If I go 5-4 and then I have enough, then I can just leave. One of the ones in zone 5 looks like it is an 80% chance, which is good. This might actually be something different. No, I don't need fire herbs. Yeah, no, I don't need that. Should probably kill these because they're gonna get in my way. I wonder how much damage I'm actually doing. It's not very good compared to an actual weapon, though. Probably because I should just upgrade my gear. The Prowlers and Palicos actually have gear. and I haven't been upgrading it at all, so my Prowler is going to be weak compared to using a real weapon that's upgraded. Rude. Okay. If I get... Okay, I'm assuming this is not the Dragonite location, because 80% is not that. Yep, nothing there. I mean, if there's supposedly an 80% here, I certainly haven't found it. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what the Kiriniko thing means by 80%. No, 80% is something different. It's reward? No. The third tree, so it should be 20% and 15%. But then what's it 80 and 20 and 80? I don't know what the 20 and 80% there is supposed to mean then. Huh. Looks like an arena. I guess that line indicates where there's risk of magma. Yeah, I don't have enough. Need a lot more. Different crab variants. Crabs in an area with, like, no water? I don't think that makes sense. Maybe it does. I mean, that's kind of neat. Some mystery charms. Back to zone 2. Supposedly zone 10 and H are able to get some. Zone 9 is not. Any bugs. Okay. Why? Feels like I should be burning on that. This is way too bright. Feels like I should be burning on that surface. Wonder if the volcano is a place you go where you can grind charms eventually. Okay, 9765. Ah, no, 9735. These guys are irritable. I have 3. I want like 6 or something, at least. I'll probably get a lot more later, but for now it's kind of annoying. But yeah, these charms are probably nice to collect, I assume. Like, unless mystery charms are not charms and they're just a different term being used for something else. Or same term being used for something else. Yeah. Gathering's kind of samey. I have to mute for a second. Okie Gotta keep moving. I don't think I'm even gonna make the hidden switch axe. I don't think it's that particularly valuable. It seems, I think, decent though. What? 100 raw, 40%, 40% affinity? 40% is 10% damage, which I guess is probably the equivalent of like 110 raw, which means that it would probably be worse than the switch axe I'm already using. About. Exact values probably vary. I think having the exhaustion is probably more important than having a bit of crit. It does have, I think, more green. To find this weapon tree. What part of the weapon tree is it? Reckless Hatchet? Yes, Reckless Hatchet. 130 minus 10%. Which is 10% minus 2.5% damage. Which is less than... that'd be about 3 or 4 rounded up damage lost. It does have a fairly short green sharpness though, which is a pretty good... is pretty detrimental. But exhaust has value. How much value is hard to judge. Getting that to level 3 needs Paddock Oil and Trunk Spine. Paddock Oil is easy. Trunk Spine is a Gammoth item. Nope. I'm not going to try to farm a Gammoth when it hasn't even officially shown up as a quest yet. That will have to wait. I hate Mealinxes. Looking at the options for weapons. There's a lot of potential. Probably stop this exploration. I'm short of Dragonite ore, but there's probably gonna be quests in the area that I have to gather anyway, so having 4 out of the 5 or 6 that I need for now should be fine. The Iron Axe can make... How does Dreamcaptor? It's an element file. But it's a sleep element. Which is at least interesting. Probably not great. Lava nuggets, probably from an enemy. Azure feather is probably Malfestio. Obsidian axe is dragon, but it also has pretty high raw and no negative affinity. Needs 5 dragonite, 5 shiny beetles, commendation, 2 burner tickets. Doesn't seem bad, but that needs petrified 4? I think it's petrified 5. Yeah, petrified 5. Get to petrified 5. I need 2 dragonite ore, so maybe I can actually get to petrified 5. And then with petrified 5 I can make the obsidian axe. I mean, that's kind of nice. Nope. 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 Not right now, but... Nope. Some of those could be useful. Obsidian axe or bolt axe? Bolt axe is obviously thunder. I mean, 120 thunder, 140 thunder, and its element. Obsidian axe is... I'm not sure, it's not... Bolt axe lists an element type and then element. Obsidian axe doesn't list it that way. Do I not have a fresh petrified? Oh, a petrified blade. Okay, I guess I need to... Maybe I can purchase a petrified? That'd be maybe a better idea. Fresh petrified axe. Requires insect parts. Interesting. Get this level. Yeah, I can use 2 of it. That's fine. Okay, so it's Dragon File, which might be bad. It's sort of the challenge. This is Power File, which might be beneficial. I don't know. So Dragon Files... So... This is 140, Dragonfile doesn't help. This is already 140, Dragonfile, and normal Power File is beneficial, so Petrified is better. Okay. So I should switch to this for raw damage because it's better. The exhaust is good, but raw damage is more valuable. Three attack is kind of nice. I don't think I have slots to work with though. I think that's 0 slots. This is 1. I have nothing with 2 slots. I can't do anything. So I can switch though. I can switch to the Petrified again. For a bit. I have to switch back. Oh, I don't have sets in this game yet. I haven't planned anything out. It's 110. Why was I looking at a higher number? I guess the upgrade is 140. Okay, I was looking at the wrong number. It should be fine. But it'll be good eventually. I don't think I have any good ones. Anti-theft might be better. The only other option would be like team leader for the slot, or Pierce for the slot, but team leader is probably closer to usable, but for now. Couple Huntathons that should be fairly quick. Couple Legombis, Ludroths. Saving the capture. Oh wait, did I do a quest that it didn't? Good. I have Palicos to check. I need to make a habit. Rested Palico here. I should always have one. I should have Palicos leveling up there, shouldn't I? I don't think I need another bombing one. I can check real quick, but there might be better ones, but for now. Just getting a couple of each. 2 of each type. I'm not gonna mess with that. If there's items that I can't interact with yet, it's probably better to just learn that later. There's 3 different books that were at the top. Easy hunt. Looking for black belt. Actually, damage-wise, a power file, if it is 20% more damage, a power file with 110 would do more damage than a exhaust file with 130. So it might actually have been a better choice to use the other weapon. But for now, it's not an issue. Exhaust has inherent exhausting value. So I just need to kill 2 of these. I do need to paintball them because if they run away, it's obnoxious. Just need to be ready. Let's go this way. These huntathons are kind of goofy. They definitely aren't coming back in wilds, given that the way the wild seems like it's going to work is you don't... It doesn't actually have a roar, okay. You don't have to go back after a hunt anyway, so... There's like no point in hunts based around repeated monster hunts in a row. How's that gonna affect... Like, are they gonna be able to have event quests with like 4 monsters that you have to hunt that aren't in an arena? I think that's kind of... It didn't cross my mind, but event quests in wilds are probably gonna be weird. Oh, that somehow missed, okay. Okay, that's the tiniest little... I didn't even get the charge, whoops. No, not today. You've missed... I did a meteorite delivery quest as a prowler. I did another similar, like, side quest as a prowler. I mined for Dragonite ore, and I beat up a Nargacuga. And Nargacuga's great in this game. It's so small. Well, yeah. And like, on the scale of a day, in about 3 hours, the next video that I have already done will include Nargacuga and another monster. Whose name I can't remember. But just as a heads up, today my plan is to wrap up at what would be midnight for me, which would be in about 3 hours. Oh, you figured out why it wasn't cooperative? That's 3 hours from now. And it is Sunday today. So the moons were both too close, causing one of them to get flung out into space. Interesting. Okay. So I guess they'll have to be further apart. Presumably it's an issue of the mass between them, leading, like the mass of the moons and such. Maybe like density could change it. I was trying to imagine why it would be flung just because they're too close instead of like pulled together, like whether it's like the ratio of the masses of the moons combined with everything else. Silly oblong orbit instead of a nice clean, mostly circular but not really circular orbit. Oblong, elliptical. I think elliptical is a common orbital term. Gotta eat the steak before I hunt it. Oop. Is there a specific reason in Generations Ultimate? Because all I know about Charred Clay in this game is that compared to 4U it was ultra nerfed. Because in 4U it was overpowered. I guess, yeah, with all the, I imagine with all of the, hunting styles, there's a lot of potential. I could probably try some of them. Ooh. Well, it's probably better than all the cords in different boxes, but yeah, all the cords in one box. Oh, misclick. All tangled up because I believe there was a some sort of scientific thing about why cords will get tangled up constantly. But it basically boils down to there's an infinite number of ways it can be tangled and only one way it can be untangled. So you found a switch cord? Actually, the switch itself is USB-C, so it's just a switch branded USB-C. Though I don't actually remember other components. I think the dock plugs in with a different... No. The dock might be USB-C. Yeah. Okay, I just couldn't remember how the dock is set up because I haven't plugged in a Nintendo Switch dock in a while because I don't really need to. I think the dock... I mean, if it's just being used for charging, it's probably better to not use the dock, would be my guess. Not having to pass through the various things for no real reason. No, wait, I didn't pick it up. I think the dock works well for its, like, playing on a screen function. Yeah, like, if you're connecting it to a TV or a computer, or any form of display, it makes sense. If it's not being connected to a screen, there's no real reason to use the dock. Especially my dock, basically since I got it, I put a, do you know like glass, the microfiber cloths that come with glasses often? Or would you happen to, I guess it's all about whether you or anyone you know has glasses, but there's that on the front of it because it would always consistently like rub against the front of the dock just trying to put it away. It was weird. Losing it means losing the versatile gimmick, but not really the most impactful thing to lose. Better than losing the Switch itself. These quests are so goofy. Ooh. That's not... See, that's not ideal. It's not great to have to lose that. Did you lose? If you had... I don't know. Oh yeah. I was just trying to make sure I was interpreting stuff correctly. Not that there's anything difficult to interpret, I just was thinking about it. I have to find the monster. Oh shoot, I've been looking for the... I should be looking for the hot air balloon. Which is a pretty good mechanic. Eee, that was slow. I was thinking about some stuff from Generations Ultimate and comparing it to potential. Don't send me to another. Lovely. Things from Generations Ultimate that I was like, I hope this is definitely not in Wilds. Like, all of the egg and meteor collecting quests. I wonder if there'd be a way to make it more interesting in Wilds with how it's kind of more open. Or it's probably more open. It's hard to know how much more open it might be. Oh. Like whether... If there's egg gathering quests, it'll be very... Oh, it's sort of... Well, actually, they can make an egg basket, and then you have the option to put all of your eggs in one basket, if you so choose. I don't know if that would work in Japanese, though, given that that's the origin of the game. So, it might kind of not translate the best. Yeah. Because, like, they wouldn't be obnoxious egg quests. Where did it go? Oh, dead over there. They wouldn't be obnoxious egg quests if you couldn't lose all of your running progress at the last second. It just wouldn't be right. It's like picking up like 8 different eggs across the entire zone and then getting hit once and losing them all. It would be so frustrating. Wow. There's also the like secret with who could have like saddlebags for eggs as well. And if you get hit while riding them, and letting you ride instead of having to walk everywhere could be something. Though you can't use palamutes with eggs in Rise. Not that I haven't collected eggs in Rise in forever. Because it is very frustrating. Mealinxes. A bunch of conniving cats. I'd be fine with never seeing an egg quest again in my life. It's probably half a dozen at least still in this game, so... I think them not returning would probably not be bad. Like, I can't imagine many people would complain. They could do like one-off egg quests though. Probably shouldn't have jumped down, that was a waste of time. Like a one-off quest where you hunt a Dolometer and you have to bring back its arm, its eye. I'm just trying to think of something that could be on a large scale. You have to bring it back and you have to carry it, but only for like a quest-focused hunt and not when you're grinding, because that would be a nightmare. Like retooling the function away from look for egg, grab egg, or meteor chunk, and run, and making it like a specific ultra large monster mechanism. Don't you dare. They did dare. Why is it so tired? I just started hitting it. It dies so quickly. Wonderful, because it's underleveled, because for some reason they just send these. Yes. But it's... I guess they're so low... Their exhaust failure point must be equal to like their HP. Their HP is so low because they don't... These are not scaled up to 3-star. There's multiple, so maybe they have less HP for that. And then it's also like a 1-star monster. So maybe its exhaust threshold is just incredibly low. Cause it being exhausted on the first, like, mount seems excessive. But it does die super quick. I need to grab it. She's kind of an impressive flip. You should definitely finish Stories 1 first, probably. But it's a good game. It's... September, I don't know. I was gonna say, it's almost Christmas. Or the holidays, I don't know the specifics, but... It's September, it's not almost the holidays. It's not even Canadian Thanksgiving, which means that's not even American Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving's weird to me, just because November feels like a late time to do it. Because at that point it feels like winter. Probably a ticket. Yeah, like, because, you want to build up food stores. You don't want to just eat it all right at the start of winter, but actually, what technically is the start of winter? Because winter might actually technically start in December. Yeah, technically, it's the December solstice. Is that? I mean, winter technically starts in December, so I guess that's part of it. Despite the fact that it feels like November is already winter, at least in various parts of Canada. The moon, because of how often stuff you talk about is like the moon, fictional moon. This is the real moon. It's like not the super moon context, but like how the moon varies in size like that. Yeah. Oh, there was a super moon several years ago. I don't remember. I didn't eat. I think. Yeah, I forgot. But I don't remember why the moon got super big. I guess it's just coincidence. It's kind of neat that it does change. It's how a full moon coinciding with how close Earth is to the moon in the elliptic orbit. Which means that if your moons have elliptic orbits from the observed point, there would be supermoons, potentially. Or there would be points in time in which the moons would be larger. Ah, double. Fun. Oh. I can't see. I assume the view count changed. I mostly have that. I do not observe that specifically because it's sort of a case where if I... Yeah, like, I think if I were to randomly show up, watch, and I wasn't chatting, I would be like, just maintaining the same pre-existing style. I'm gonna die. I got lucky. Bye. I bet dung pods would help. If I can even have dung pods or dung... whatever they're called in this game. Bombs. Dung bombs. They would definitely be helpful. I don't know which one I was wailing on, so I'm gonna mark one and just focus that one. Okay, obviously it was the other one that I was wailing on then. I like these old mounting mechanics. Like, I actually kind of prefer this to World or Rise. Like, there's a certain simplicity to it that's kind of nice. Oh yeah, but World you have to move around to avoid it. You can't just hold one button to avoid getting damaged and knocked off. World you have to shift a bunch. Where so far at least, this one I haven't had to shift. I thought World was like, some of the attacks, the response was to move away from the head, for example. Yeah, but... yeah, I guess it's just a lot... I didn't think that would be a dash attack. Huh. Oh no. Bad heal. Oh. Yeah. I mean, my approach to mounting was flawed when I first played World. My approach was, I'm using Insect Glaive, and moving attacks seem really fun, so I spammed those, and it was a bad idea because it didn't do that much damage. Like, I do think this style of mounted stuff is a little less tedious, sort of, than Wyvern Riding. Like, Wyvern Riding does more, but... this style's just kind of... you clear it, and then... that's all you really need to worry about, at least solo. You don't need to worry about maneuvering the monster correctly. And it just makes it a little simpler. Rude. Oh. Rude. They're not very polite. That was interesting. That would have been a nightmare if it was a harder monster, though. Now that it's not two, it's pretty relaxed. But a double Nargacuga would have been pretty... it's like the worst form of Care Bear? It's a Hair Bear? I always viewed it more on the side of hare/rabbit than on bear. Yes, beware the Hair Bear. The hairy Hair Bear. Not bad idea. Yep. Oh yeah, the beware. Is that actually the word for word? Intro? Because I don't remember. It missed. Okay. Because the beware is kind of a common part of the Rise intros. Okay, that was a bigger spin than I expected. What if I just blast them? Oh, he gets kind of sad. The least useful sonic bomb I've ever done that did anything. Wow. One hit after. It's neither? I don't think you can say it's neither. I think the Rise narrator's a liar. I mean, the nose kind of looks like a giant sloth. So maybe it's a sloth. World's fastest sloth. Oh yeah. I think earlier in this, before you got here, it crossed my mind something about Event Quest crossed my mind for Wilds. I wonder how they're gonna do how they're gonna do them, how they're gonna handle it. I can agree that a sloth beast would be pretty fun. How they would specifically implement it, I don't know. Almost like mechanically, with how supposedly sort of free hunting Wilds seems like it's gonna be, where you sort of pick a monster to hunt here, pick a monster to hunt there while staying in the field. Are they gonna have the same system for hunts, or are there gonna be some like modified event system? Like maybe when you have an event quest activated, the event monsters exist in the field and you can hunt them however you feel like it. Should go to the electro trap, huh? Oop, that should have hit me. Get lumping good. Oh, I should have sharpened. Whoops. Yeah, like... Actually, yeah, like designated areas for event quests could be kind of a more interesting potential. Like you go to the area of the quest, the monsters show up, the quest starts. That's a perfect ending. Yeah, like whoosh, in comes the event monster from the sky. Sort of takes control of the camera like it could take control of the camera like the invaders at who are the like the Apex Zinogre for Amatsu, but not an invader, just the actual monster showing up out of the sky. But you can still act, so you start setting up a camp right where the monster's about to land. So in the cutscene it looks all goofy. I guess. like, I'm guessing, I'm more thinking specific quests having a little bit extra flair to when the monster shows up the first time for a quest. Because in Rise it's fairly minor, and in this one it's also fairly minor. Well, this one's very minor. Any new monsters, you get there, you enter the zone they're in, and then shows a brief, very brief clip. Who drops those? Najarala. Najarala, yeah. A lot of things to kill. A lot of things that I'm saving. Coal, that's one that I wanted to do because Dragonite. Maybe we wouldn't need to. It's so large that you don't even need it to take the camera, it just fills the whole screen. Why are there so many weapons? Wow. Ooh, a blast boomerang. Cool. More Nargacuga scraps. Yeah, but you'd have to be staring straight down to miss it. Oh, it's 2 to 1, okay. Yeah, lots of what you could call them, the god rays as they are called in games. What a threatening zone. I should go to 4 first, actually. What am I doing? I think I've seen... I can't remember. I know I paid attention to various mechanics, even if I wouldn't be able to actually play or actually be able to fight it, because the Bahamut raid is very restricted by the fact that it was like release content and you wouldn't be able to match with randoms to do it realistically. It is like a pretty cool dragon design. Huge wings. Very blue. I guess the whole zone starts to turn... that's a picture of Bahamut Prime, which is maybe not normal Bahamut. Normal Bahamut's not blue, it's kind of gold. I guess like if the zone gradually gets tinted like a slightly different shade, slightly different color, just by the mere presence of the boss. Oh yeah, yeah. Like it's appearing out of a distant portal. I don't... Images don't have glowing, but I'm uncertain. I don't want to waste as much time killing basic enemies for no reason. I think the blue Bahamut Prime looks kind of glowy. I mean, I can't imagine not getting cool armor from a Final Fantasy event. Though maybe the Bahamut armor was bad, I don't actually know. I can aim it. Cool. I'd have to pick it up. Okay. Move. A bunch of loot pours out. Oh no. It's a lot of damage. It could actually just kill me right here. It did not. Rude. Just let me collect coal, please. Thank you. Haha, get exploded. Okay, draw aggro, please. Good job. Nope, they didn't do a good job. Coal is maximum, so I should have enough. I'm out. Bye. I got a plundering hit, and I can leave. Freedom. Oh no. Well, I mean, this Palico here is clearly just sleeping. They don't care about each other, that's for sure. The other guy's getting beaten up and this guy's sleeping. Franco and Sarah, both fairly human names. Maybe that's why they're not nice to each other. Kelby, what do you want? Okay. This should be all I need. I hope. It's 10 per? Oh, that's so lame. Why would you intentionally do this? Why intentionally make people make 2 trips for coal? It's so unnecessary. What a rude design. That is purely tedium. Volcano. I think it's just straight up just called Volcano. Too cool. It has the music of an area that will be a final boss or a big boss fight eventually. But it has the name of a super generic map. Never been to Zone 6. Like them. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, but it's also... There's plenty of older... Actually, imagine there's a pretty good chance that the volcano map is itself a map from another older installment. Okay. It makes sense. It makes sense why it has a basic Rocktors, I think. It makes sense why it has a basic name then. This is definitely the most useful place for this hot air balloon to be. The, like, furthest place in the map. These guys do a lot of damage. Six, that's enough. Do need more Dragonite, but I will die if I just mine it. Doesn't have any music right now. It's interesting that there's no music of any, there's barely any audio when just exploring. Okay, there's a useful hot air balloon. Me, neither, frankly. Oh no, it's all good. I don't have anything to say, so I'm also not bringing much. But that's a big heal. The true health horn heals a lot. I'm also just kind of, I don't know, I feel kind of tired. The whole day I've had a allergy-based nose. It's been obnoxious, and now I'm paralyzed. I'm gonna die. And the issue, I have no. Yeah, I don't know what it would be specifically in this context, but it's definitely the allergic reaction style, like, not allergic reaction. That's over. It feels like it's overstating it, but like pollen, mouse, whatever, sort of nose congestion and stuff. But I don't know why it has occurred. It's allergies are a failure on the process of human evolution. Like, there's no benefit to overreacting to peanuts, overreacting to female mosquito bites, because it has to be a female mosquito. That's one that sucks blood and makes you itchy, I believe. Oh, I should just check if I can turn that subquest in. I can't, okay. Yeah, it's just a weird, like, I don't know if any allergies make sense, because like the fundamental of allergies is that I think it's basically they're always reactions that are not appropriate, because it's like, if you're dying because of venom, that's because the venom is killing you, not your body's... Well, I mean, technically your body's reaction to the venom is what kills you, because the venom messes with your blood, messes with your brain, messes with neural signals, but... allergies are a failure on the part of the thing getting allergic, less than a success on the part of the thing inflicting the allergy. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's like the adaptation is sort of coincidentally lots of humans reacted poorly to a chemical in peanuts, tree nuts, and so no, because yeah, they don't want you eating them, because that's the part that is used to spread. I'm gonna have to step away for about 1 minute to grab a new tissue box. I'm gonna consider the hunts while I do that. Probably the Ludroth. That's good, as long as it's just a hug for the sake of familial happiness. Back, but yeah, that's... Oh shoot, I can't do this. That's not always the best, but hopefully it's just a fine level of not feeling well. Hopefully they feel better. Or they get, yeah, feel better. That's... At least that's a simple thing. Maybe not easy to deal with, but it's a simple issue in the sense that at least you probably know what the issue is. Whether it can be solved easily, I don't know. But at least it's not an unknown not feeling well. Yeah. Well, it's okay. For reference, you can still hear me speaking. I don't know how you have the consumption. Then I can still talk as though you can hear. But if not, I can still just talk, whatever. I'm surprised this doesn't trigger a mount already. I say as I trigger the mount. But yeah. Family's interesting in the context, like hugs and such. This stupid Ludroth getting in the way. Like, I have one cousin who's very prone to hugging. Any event where they're at, it's always they hug. The first thing they do is try to hug everybody. Which is fine. It's a known thing. But yeah, they're just very... Yeah, I could try to... Actually, if the audio is off, I could adjust it as well, but... It's just... I have one cousin. Just every family gathering they're at. I just don't know if the Monster Hunter is off. Maybe Monster Hunter is too loud relative, but like they just always... Okay. It's like we'll meet at, well, if we go to their family's house extended. If we go visit them, they'll be at the door. And it's always hug everyone with the obvious recognition that, in a jokey, familial sense, people will try to avoid it a little, but obviously not avoid it that much because they're just friendly. and family. So it's all well friendly. It's weird to say that family is friendly. Because family doesn't need to be friendly by definition, but it's just an interesting thought. Oh no. Yeah, there's most of the rest of the family is fairly not hug obsessed. Not that obsession is the correct word, but she's just a particular relative that likes to hug everyone when they say hi. Especially since it's only like a few times a year, so it makes some sense. No, well, it doesn't bother me. As a kid, it was like, it wasn't so much, oh, it's embarrassing. It was just, oh, it's it's just sort of, oh, yeah, as expected sort of feeling. And that kind of makes it funnier. Like, funny is not really the right word, but like, it's been this way for ever. So at this point, it's just kind of fun. And like, hugs are just meant as a way to be like express affection, express closeness, express familiarity, sort of. You know, there's obviously context where it's like, no, I don't really want to hug someone. But that's specific context, not someone you've known basically your whole life. It's just an interesting... It's all about specific dynamics. Like, I imagine that if within that side of the extended family, if it weren't for one cousin, we would probably not... There'd be no hugging. Which isn't good, isn't bad, it just is what it is. But it's kind of... I don't know, it's kind of fun to think... I think it's fun to think about sometimes how specific a family dynamic can be. Not necessarily unique, but just... like, everyone's used to the fact that she's the one cousin that is very friendly, very welcoming. And most of the rest are friendly, but less overtly so. And how small, different little minor differences could lead to different interactions. I should sharpen. Oop, they missed. There must have been quests with Royal Ludroth that reference using the spongy hide as a sponge. We should... Oh. What types of planets can be interesting? That's kind of isn't surprising per se, but it's not expected. At least I wouldn't have assumed they'd be that big. That's kind of, well, I guess it's probably not totally surprising that there are. I would imagine though that depending on what the actual surface is made of, they would be their gravitational pull would be fairly large, at least in general. Not necessarily for the people on it or anything, but like this. There is probably a hard limit on the maximum planet, or solid planet size, just before it might, pull itself into itself. Maybe not. Maybe my understanding's incorrect. Supermassive planet. You just have to make the biggest planet imaginable. Oh, what crossed my mind though was the exact opposite. Just a moment ago, before you mentioned it dwarfing the size, was like, you know The Little Prince? Which I think is La Petite Prince, which is a French short story novel. I don't know how widely... I think it's one of the more known French books. Just a super small planet that's like impossibly small. I believe that's in that. Just, I wonder how small a planet could be while still theoretically hosting life. Wait, there's a movie of it? Weird. I learned that there was an Asterix and Obelix live action movies since like the 1990s apparently. Yeah. I guess that's kind of the atmosphere, yeah. Because the Petit Prince one's way too small, obviously. Because if something's only as big as... If the radius of the planet is smaller than the height of a person, probably not possible. But I guess yeah. What a good name. What a good name. Deviled legs. Where it's deviled eggs, but it's frog legs. I'll leave the balm stones for now. Yeah, I'll do this. Just... Yep, they want to eat Tetsukabra legs. This was in the dunes? Oh, deserted island, which is fine. Well, there's the, crustacean infatuation, where the person seems obsessed with the shogunate centaur, which is maybe a little... says something about the individual. Bit of a weird person. Oh no, the eating's not the weird part. They want a live... I think they wanted a live shogunate centaur, but maybe it was dead. They were talking about how beautiful the legs of the shogun centaur are. It's like more the visual aesthetic qualities. Might not have been a capture quest though. I might have misread the type of quest because of the colors. And I was thinking, there's another quest, I believe, that existed in one of the games that is basically that sort of goal. Which is pretty silly. Oh, just attack me. Yeah. Like, deviled legs is kind of an interesting name to me, because I have no idea what would... that was doomed. I barely didn't fail. But, like, I don't know what makes deviled eggs deviled, specifically. Like, whether it's paprika or something. Or whether it's some other component of the cooking process that makes it a deviled egg. Oh no, deviled eggs are like, they're basically just boiled eggs that are cut in half, then the yolk is, I don't know, pureed with some spices and stuff, which include paprika, I believe. And they're pretty good. They're weird, sort of, but they're like a finger food, I think. At least that's how I would eat them. Oh, I can bounce off the rock. Neat. Paddock oil, please. Toad tier. It looked like it, because I don't think I hit the Tetsukabra with the launch. But I'll check more effectively next time he pulls one out of the ground. I don't know. I can depuff the tail. But like, I don't know about breaking it. I'm gonna do this because I'm lazy. Yeah, like it has a spiky form and then a puffy form, and if you hit the puffy form, it goes back to spiky. I don't know if that does anything. I just know that it changes. Yeah, I've never seen it in the couple times I've hunted it. I've yet to see it, like, break. Just change appearance. So I wonder if it actually has something to do with... Like, maybe if it's holding a rock and you break the tail, it will stop. It will drop it? That was close. Horn break. Or jaw break. It's limping, good. Which is kind of a twisted thing to say. But it's still the truth. I need to check it. I saw... Ooh, it dropped it. Oh. You must watch. Baby. Just like a baby. Babies can't speak well. There's a transitive property, or if you have to take care of a baby, it makes it harder to speak. This aggressive Jaggies. Jaggy sounds like it's a borderline rude word. Not a specific real word, just sort of. It feels like it could be rude. Oh, I was gonna check something elsewhere. Hopefully I don't die. Yeah, there's a comment that someone left explaining the combat zones, how they've changed on this island since Monster Hunter Tri. And how there were, what, 11 and 12 were underwater combat zones. So 6 and 7 became weird Ludroth areas. Apparently, which is cool. Like the conversion to no underwater. Oh yeah, here's a test. Yeah, I can. Weird. I can jump off the rock. Oh, I missed. It's cool to learn about the various changes that have had to have been made to adjust maps. I wonder if there's many more maps that have those necessary adjustments from, or whether there's only one map that had underwater combat. Oh yeah. It would oh, camera. It would definitely be awful. Though it might not be as bad as getting stomped on and turned into a snowman by an actual giant woolly mammoth. That's like a niche scenario. Stop, please. I messed up. Yeah. Could you imagine? Could you even imagine being near something that big? Just impossibly large elephant. You gotta remember, elephants never forget. So if you wrong it, it'll find you. I wanted to burn through sword gauge for a second. Yeah, then I can switch back. And then reload. I mean, I think it does. I would agree. Because there's gonna be a snowy area, right? There's no way they don't put a snowy area in. They should put a highly sloped, like, full-on mountain. Just an entire mountain from base to peak. All of it is one area. There's no separate walls, but it's at like a 30-degree angle. Actually, maybe we'd have crevices or crevasses that you'd have to deal with to separate out zones. You know what? Messy eater. Unfortunate. Stop, please. Thank you. I kind of wonder how big the areas will feel. Like whether they'll feel like they're huge or if they'll feel sort of limited because of maybe the movement speed, any number of factors. So I have seen a thing, like a map that's sort of estimating based off of movement speed. I don't know how accurate it was though. Definitely there's a lot of base to work with all the space. Oh, they should, if they do bring back Gamma, they would definitely have to implement like a double or triple Gammoth hunt. All of them in the same area at the start and just getting demolished to start the fight. Oh wait, isn't there a Elder Frost Gammoth, which it might be a deviant, but having like an old Alpha Gammoth who's old and better lead a herd of regular Gammoths just for a huge like immense group of huge elephant creatures, mammoths, but it would be a sight to behold. I'm gonna die. I got lucky. No, I thought at least elephants, my memory is that they often travel in herds of females. But Gammoth doesn't need to travel in the same way as elephants. They could just behave differently. There's no real reason to base it off of that. Adding like a different dynamic on that level could be totally functional. Cause I think it's like bull elephants are aggressive. And no one likes them, not even other elephants. So they have to be very solitary. But like groups with like one primary, like grandma. Ooh, that kind of makes it worse. I said grandma, thinking like grandma, 2 daughters. Each of the 2 daughters has 3 daughters. Like a huge herd of Gammoths. But then that made it a little more grim to hunt them. Oh yeah, hunt grandma, hunt the mothers, hunt the children. Pretty makes it a little bit worse to think about with herds and that sort of dynamic. Especially with like the elephant overlay and how elephants will, I believe, mourn other elephants that have passed away. I'm not sure what that though. I don't know what icon that was. I should have checked. I like the little Gammoth picture that's now on the left of the screen. It's a very nice little drawing. I should check. Probably not worth it, but interesting. Sure. Elite. I could make that. Cool. But it seems kind of bad. I guess it's power instead of para. That's interesting though. The iron axe can go further? I'm good. Grim Cat is its own tree, it doesn't turn into anything else. I'll make one though. Ludroth needs Nibblesnarf. Nibblesnarf is detrimental. Save. I want to do that, but it's not fun. Save. Sanitar. Volvidon save. Save. Rooktor. Huh. You know, in the next hour and 20 minutes, I might actually be able to get through all of the quests that I don't feel like saving. Except there's gonna be more to pick up. King Cactus used as a weapon. That seems like a hammer to me. I don't need to be Pallet Prowler. Prowlers are really good for gathering. Kinda wish they weren't. Kinda wish normal hunters didn't have to consume pickaxes. Palm stones on mountain peaks in the night. It's weird to call them a spittleful girl. Bombstone 2 is probably the start. 3, I can't remember. 8 should have some. Yeah, 2's the best. Three is decent. 4. Rude. 5. 5. Halfway. While I do this, I need to remember. I want to figure out Prowler acorns. I don't think there's a mine up top. Okay, super shoots are useful for account points, that's it. No mining. I think if I can get to zone 8, that's the next location. Prowlers have 9 lives. Each acorn is 1 life. When you die 3 times, you cart. That's cool. So it's cart, not cart, die, cart, die, cart, die, lose. It's an interesting mechanic that you can only learn by dying. One more. Counting is a struggle. Okay, bye. I kind of want to know what monster this is, but that'd be a waste of time. I have to leave. Play it safer. Oh. Welcome back. If you were gone, you missed the riveting footage of collecting balmstone pieces. But if you were able to hear, then you heard me rambling while collecting balmstone pieces. One of the most repetitive quests in this game. Oh. Yeah, that's a worrying... It's definitely worrying. Any sound even close to that, I'd always assume. Like, oh, maybe... It's always like, check what time of year it is. The only time any sort of boom is fine is like in the US would be July 4th. Maybe one other or two other times a year, but like any other time, any boom would definitely be worrying. Even then it might be worrying. But hopefully there's no troubles that arise. That would be very bad. Hopefully everything's safe. Everything's still okay? Nothing has, to your knowledge. Okay, that's always good. Yeah. You always just, I guess you have to hope to a certain extent. I hope nothing happens. It would be 10 to 11 right now. Yeah, I believe I am an hour forward, relative to where you are. But honestly, sort of a case of I could definitely wrap up anytime, because today I had a very weird sleep. If you, given that, there's apparently a couple other people that might be watching, but if you, for your own situation, want to stop, you don't want to miss anything, then I can wrap up a little sooner, because I could also try to sleep sooner than I would otherwise. Well, I know I wouldn't. I say that I would go to sleep sooner. I would instead probably end up eating food, and then eating food would make me not tired anymore, and then I wouldn't sleep for another several hours, but mostly, like, given that it's Sunday, it's a Sonic Bomb. Do I Sonic Bomb them there, maybe? Okay, I think it'd be quicker. I'd put it away. That's probably too slow. Definitely too slow. I think they're not the fastest animal, but they're not, like, crazy slow, at least. But they're also a prey animal that has, like, an additional form of defense, yeah. But they can't just sit out in the open forever, so they'd have to be able to move. My baseless guess is that they would. Like, it's just a crab. They don't have feelings. Though they do feel pain, probably. Like everything feels pain. Yes, they're dead. What a weak crab. Yeah. And I've watched enough food stuff that, like, I'm aware of how people kill lobsters before eating them. At least in certain contexts. Where it can be pretty quick. I don't know how people kill crabs. Maybe the same way where they sort of... Wait, no. Yeah, there's some method of kind of like a weird sort of ripping effect. I can't remember. It's been a while. But there are ways that they can be killed quicker. And boiling is not the one. Hello. Hey. Why do they need me to wave at them to tell them information? Is it so that they can spot me? Yeah. Like a lot of... Well, I think there are a lot of quicker ways that exist. It's just they're not the ways that used to be done, and then people might have just been used to the older ways of doing it, which are less, I'm gonna say, efficient at ending the pain quickly. It's one of those things where personally, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with eating meat because it's just sort of the world, but I think the push for simulation-based things is kind of interesting. I think if you could get perfectly identical in terms of nutrition and, or maybe better in terms of nutrition even, alternatives, that's a good thing, because if it can be done, it's just kind of better. Assuming it doesn't require, which it probably doesn't, but like, assuming it doesn't require more resources than traditional. It's one of those... I don't know if there are mushroom things that provide the same, I don't know, texture? Like, people will always be like, the texture is important. And I mean, texture is important for food. It's like, if things can be perfectly replicated, same nutrition, maybe even better nutrition. Like mushrooms as a substitute for like a portobello mushroom for a burger is not the same. It doesn't taste the same, it's wetter because a mushroom has a lot of moisture in it. Now, ground up mushroom that's modified is a different question entirely. I don't know about implementation of things. Yeah, specific mushrooms, though. that is one of those scenarios where, like, is it actually what people say it is, or is it just the mushroom that's the closest to that, whatever their specific comparison is to. Whether it's actually compared to chicken, I don't know, but... Yeah. You mean it's like a vehicle. Not a vehicle, but like... I just can't imagine getting mushrooms themselves with, like, solitary mushrooms fulfilling the purpose of meat, even, you know, genetically modified and stuff. Like, it just seems difficult that by itself, but using it as like a... The word that pops to my head is substrate, but that feels like dirt. But using it as like a structure for things, maybe? I don't know anything about the topic. Like, as like a structural component, because a lot of veggie based burgers, for example, yeah, but like a lot of vegetable based things get mushy, and I would think mushrooms could be maybe less mushy. Which, admittedly, Impossible Meat and Beyond Meat, I think my impression, having not eaten them, is they have gotten texture. Whether they are how they're made, I think it's soy based. It might not be soy though. No, it's some protein. That might be. Be like, one of the advantages of mushrooms is growing them is reasonable. I think mushrooms are reasonably efficient to grow compared to like corn, which corn is not in the meat replacement discussion, I'm pretty sure, but just corn is a very large, it takes a lot of space in what's being grown. I've heard of it. I'm not well versed on the topic. That's one of those pictures that's weird. Yeah, it's one of those weird looking... Oh wait, I could have Farcastered. To pick up the ticket. No, I don't know about that. I could look at it briefly. they are adapted for their specific living. It's very complex, which is interesting. Yeah, complex reproductive requirements for something like that, I'd imagine. That's a fun feline effect. You can't sleep, meaning presumably you're immune to the effect of sleep, but you can't sleep at the base camp bed. But yeah, there'd be a lot that would have to go on to make something like that function. So it'd have to be a lot of planning, I would imagine. Shoot, it's a cold area. Like a different approach starting from a different, like, base. Creature isn't the right word, but like base form of life. Or like same base, different method. Or similar base. Ah. It's like similar end product, but different That's so good. Just a Kezu crawling on the ceiling. That's wonderful. I don't remember how to play when I'm not playing aerial. So it has to reproduce in a specific different manner that is beneficial to the disease. It's sort of more of a parasite at that point. Though biologically it would be like a disease. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess a bacteria leads to a disease. Oh, no, nothing I can do about that. It's kind of a nightmare hunt, huh? Double Kezu. A dung bomb would help. That's too slow. What the camera? And I can't get out because I was in a bad position. Greedy. Worth it. Oh no. Maybe that does not do enough. It's a species of bug that drips its saliva from the ceiling. I think it's a bug. Drips saliva from the ceiling to catch insects. Where's that larva? Yeah. And it's pretty looking when the saliva stuff dangles down. Then it's also saliva. Feels very actively appropriate for this design. I'm going greedy. Kind of worked. Nope. Translash is a pretty funny hunter art. Got very lucky that it knocked it over instantly. Yeah, I mean the counter definitely pulled from arts of the Translash. Yep. We pitched the... I guess I could have Superman dived. You pitched the bacteria idea? It's definitely one of those things that's like, I could definitely see it being... I could see it being impossible, just because of like how many things would have to work together. Because there's so many factors that would have to lead to the point of evolution where that would occur. But I don't know enough to actually be any form of judge. Oh, it tricked me. It fell one way. Yeah, that spin at the end is 100% the attack from the counter from Sunbreak. I hate Kezu in this. I like the grab. The grab is kind of cool that it exists. It's really annoying. But it's constantly on the ceiling, and that's really obnoxious. Fine. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi. Comboing. And just straighten it. Electric. And straight into another electric. There was nothing I could do there after I first got hit. That was impossible to get out of. And it was so slow. If it hadn't been so slow, it wouldn't have been as bad. But that was just hit. I'm about to get up, hit. Oh, that was rough. I mean, it would have been solved if I had stun resist. There's plenty of theoretical ways I could have been fine, I think, so. Now, whether it's possible to have max stun resist at this point of the game, I don't know. Or a stun negate is what it would be labeled as. It feels complete garbage. But I do think some of it could have been avoidable. It's just mostly the... It was just so slow. If I was comboed quicker than that, it wouldn't have been as bad. It's just, it's mocking me. If it combos me for that long, it just, with how this game works, it just feels like it's bad luck. Shoot, I hate this. I hate this layout. I wish I could get to 7 from 4, but I can't. I should have gone to 3 first, but it's too late now. Like, maybe if I'd cleared... If I'd used the Nullberry, maybe I would have been fine. I forgot I had Nullberries. It's just so... If any of those attacks had been like a different attack, I would have been fine. If it had attacked one of my Palicos, which might have been dead, I don't know. I would have been fine. It's just... It feels unlucky. Oh, there's 2 in this same area now. I think this is the big one, though. I hate how big that scream is. And right as I do this, it instantly starts with that, which is just bad luck. Wrong button. It should be immune to electric traps, I would hope. I think the Rise Kazu is way better than this version. This version's really... Well, no, like just design-wise, from a gameplay design perspective, I hope they're immune because of their rubberiness and all that, but they're not. Very helpful barrel bomb, Palico. I just like... Something that releases this much electricity being susceptible to an electric trap feels wrong. There's just nothing I can do there. You can't roll backwards in this game. So if I'm facing it when it's about to do that attack and I'm close like that, I can't get out. Like a bunch of black gets shot out and it just sort of launches a bunch of like tennis balls and knocks them unconscious. Oh, Toxin could work too, but then it's sort of like the it has a bit of overlap with the Palico poison traps, which are basically, I think the Palico poison traps are more like the land traps, the pit traps, but they just apply poison. I think there could be a bit of overlap there. It's like T-posed, is what it looked like there for a second. Obviously not T-posed, that's not the shape it's making, but just stood there, which is helpful. Default pose, I guess, is what I could call it. They could make variants of each type, like pitfall traps, spiky pitfall traps that do apply bleed to monsters so that when they get out, they take a little bit of damage for a short period of time, or something like that. And so you could have a poison trap that does poison damage. Oh yeah, it was the first thing I noticed, all the like red lines running through it. But like you can have a poison trap that poisons on top of a poison trap that doesn't poison and just stuns them. Like some sort of... So I assume it's running to 3. Some sort of specific implementation where it just behaves. Where there's like a damage focused trap and a trapping focused trap. It's like a poison pitfall doesn't trap it as long, but it poisons it. A stun base trap stuns it for longer, doesn't do any damage. Stuff like that could work. Wait, it didn't go here? That might be the best news I've heard. I have no idea where it is though. It might be 8. But if it doesn't have a ceiling above it, that'll be so much easier to deal with. Wonderful. Well, they can be immune to... Like, you could have, like, shock category traps. Poison category traps. Like, poison is the sleep method. Or, like, toxin category. This stupid monster. Pit category traps, and then if they're immune to the category, they can't be caught ever by any of the varieties in that category. Shoot, is it going to 4? If it's flying, it better not be going into 7. I should have demon rided. I forgot. I hate that animation. When they roar, the weapon goes on the back, but then the moment the roar is gone, the weapon's in the hands again. So it's confusing every single time. And I'm like, oh, my weapon's put away because of the roar. Because some attacks, I think ground tremors sometimes put away the weapon or something, is what it seems like. This is pretty fun. The monster just spins in place, letting you beat it up. Kazu's a weird monster. It's obviously intentionally like a creepy monster. I'm just gonna commit to this. Great timing. Don't blow up. Wasteful. Shoot, I don't know where it's going. Flying that way? That means it must be in 3, which is unfortunate. I don't think I have heat. Oh, I do have heat protection for a little bit. But it's not, it is here. It's just slow. Oh. I've never actually seen that dude hit me. I should have assumed it would do damage though. Nothing I could have done at that point. Kazu's one of those monsters where I don't like fighting it, but it's not terrible. It's not the worst sort of aesthetic that it goes for. It's appropriately creepy, which is fun. I think this version of Kazu is really terrible though. Like, what is it doing? Oh, it's running to a new location, but it didn't have to. No? Okay. Yeah, but it has to transition on the ceiling. It has to transition on the ceiling. Why can't it just walk like a normal person? Monster. Kazu's a goof. Wouldn't even fit on the ceiling here. I have to squeeze. Do I have a bounce? It does nothing, okay. Trans slash maybe? Yes. Well, I mean, the saying, as it were, is behave like a normal person. Like, why can't you act like a normal person or whatever? Not really much of a saying. More of a mean way to complain about someone? That hitbox felt weird. I'm gonna die again. Don't you dare chain stun me again. Oh. Unfortunate. I forgot that it could do that. Kazu. I forgot. Bad habit. I think Kazu's a... I hate fighting it right now. I think this is a better version of Kazu than Rise. Not as a fun fight, just... The aesthetic works so much better. Because of all the obnoxious ceilings that it constantly clings to. Okay, show me how you fit. Yeah, you don't. It's a lie. You clearly can't fit on the roof. Why are you not just walking like a normal monster? Oh. Unfortunate timing on that one. Oh, and then the silly default pose. They do actually chain roars in this game, though. Like, that there makes earplugs seem much more valuable. Since it actually... Okay, no, it's gonna run and I'm not gonna know where it is. Might run to 7, might run to 6, might run to 8. it might go nowhere. Go to 2. Didn't expect that. Like, there's there's a Citadel cave, and then there's the ice. The ice area has a cave, but the Kezu generally doesn't spend time there. It generally is everywhere else. Like, and when it goes to those caves, it doesn't hang on the ceilings as much as it could, or as much as it would in this game, seemingly. I don't think Rise has that clear, glowing veins effect when they do the electric, or if they do, I ignored it. 'Cause that actually looks really good. Okay. Like, stop yelling. It is part of the gimmick of Kezu, but he's a very loud monster. Like, my assumption is that a lot of them are intentionally just abandoned because it's more effort than it's worth. Like, Kezu and Rise doesn't quite have the same style and, like, impact, but it's, like, good enough. Pretty good ending. If they can just sort of simplify it, it's a little easier to put together, maybe. Yeah. I find it surprising that it sleeps standing up and not, like, suction cupped to the roof of a cave. Get launched. Oh. Guess not. That's nice. Very bright. Exposed neck. Wearing a t-shirt under the armor. No, that's not a t-shirt. Little dagger for no purpose. Okay. I think I do one more hunt for today. Because it's almost midnight. And I think shifting the schedule is a good idea. I started an hour earlier. Aiming for about 4 hours seems reasonable. And then on like Friday I might go longer, but one more hunt, unless it's super quick. The Kelby deserves to be beat up. It's a Kelby. Okay, save that, save that, save that, save that. I guess I'm done with the actual hunts that I'm not intentionally saving. Huh. Oh yeah. Actually, it's a fun indicator, apparently. Like, yellow stars show up if you hit it with a blunt weapon, crush weapon, hammer, and then you always get horns. But if it has orange stars, it's not guaranteed to be horns, which is fun. And it's also to make it clear that you're not murdering them. Yeah, I was kind of frustrated collecting Kelby horns, so I searched the mechanic. I guess it's not one more hunt. I'm gonna do like... I'm gonna clear out the rest of these. Yeah, well, I think you carve them, or if you used a hammer, you broke them when you hit them and knocked them unconscious. guess I'm doing a couple more hunts. I want to finish all of the gathering ones. We somewhere swap to Prowler. Should I get actual armor for my Prowler? Okay, armor. This is purely based on visual. The only thing that matters is how it looks. I don't like it. It's not bad, I don't like it, though. The Centaur. The Centaur is pretty good. I don't want to fight Nimble Snarf, but that one's pretty good too. These crab ones are really good. Kutku is the best, along with the crabs. I mean, that's it right there. I'm not looking for more now. The Aptonoth is pretty good. Yeah, these are really good. Ah, they're so much more fun. And there's so many more of them that are fun in this than in Rise. I don't think Rise has quite this many fun ones that stand out at least. Maybe I missed them. I kind of hate that though. This don't really go together to me. It's a little more. A tarnished cat. Ooh, the Aptonoth is quite... That's a pretty messed up tail. Yeah. Why would a cat need a maiden? Foolish. Oh, they're not foolish anymore. It's so dumb. Oh, he's so silly looking. I love it. Okay, Malfestio I have hope for. Nope. I was hoping it would be a little less poofy outy. Goes out too much, clips through the arms completely. I hate the Naviru. Like, he's a fun-ish, almost character. I just think that looks really quite bad. Now the baby Taiga, or Taiga, is what I'm gonna go for. And there's the aesthetic. Yeah, the flame of fish dinner. Abandoned by the... Actually, those murder quests should be done with a... Murder quests should be done with a hunter. Because they're way quicker. I mean, yeah. That musical intro is so threatening. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. It really feels like there's gonna be a big boss here. Like, I'm pretty sure that Ruktor Maybe it's not Eructor. Maybe it's a different name. No, it's not Eructor. Those are the small guys. Agnactor, probably, yes. Nope. This is a bigger one that I'm trying to picture. By third. Probably. These. There's so many names that are not quite different enough. I think there's some. Yeah, it might be Akantor because they're in Genu and I don't know, they're a noteworthy monster. That their picture that I'm seeing has lava. Or they're emerging from like a splash of magma or lava. There's so many names that are similar. Like Agnactor, Akantor. Presumably it's because they have the same like base, I would guess, but it's just too many. Basarios, Barrios, Barioth, Baroth. Gravios is an adult. One of those three, I can't remember which name is which. It's like a... This Tigrex armor, yeah. This Tigrex armor with his helmet. For some reason, the helmet really makes me think it's a Digimon. Like, I think like the titular Digimon. I don't. Like the Tigrex armor makes me think of that. No, it's not quite the titular Digimon, but it turning a Tigrex into like a small Palico-sized thing turns it kind of Digimon-y. I think there was a Digimon movie as a child that that would, well, at either me or my brother, one of us, probably me is my guess, wanted it, like we would go, there's a Blockbuster nearby when Blockbuster still existed. And there was a movie that we would rent, like I think we rented it 2 or 3 times total. And it was fun to watch as a young child. And I think that's the only exposure to Digimon I've ever actually had. Like, I think there's a show. There are definitely games. It's just such a weird, specific... Yep, the only thing I've ever seen of Digimon was a movie. So I bet it was kind of... I bet there was context to the movie. Maybe not much, but like... I think it just didn't air in parts of Canada. Like, some things aired. Like, Pokemon airs everywhere. I'd say... I have to really respect that, like... Digimon, I think, has a slightly darker monster aesthetic. With, like... a Digivolution that's like a skull, which is not that different from, like, a Cubone. But... With the Greymon... Like, the art, it's also the art direction, I guess. Like, I don't think there's anything in Pokemon that has the same, like, I would say grit as, like, Greymon. There's dark things. There's Pokemon has the psychological horror of, yeah, this Cubone's wearing the skull of its dead mom or something grim like that. That's psychological. Yeah, people would steal money from kids, but then you would also take money from kids as well, so it's kind of messed up on both levels. Like, well, I mean, like, if you find fandom wikis, maybe not the best place, but like, there's a Greymon picture, and that's not, it's not, the picture shown there is not a cutesy picture, whereas most Pokemon have like a relatively cute visual aesthetic, even if it's a coffin that steals your soul or something. I don't know what that coffin does. Or a chandelier that might lead you to your death, or that dream one that eats your dreams. Visually, they're all still kind of cute. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, okay. Can I find a good picture of Metal Greymon? I just found an image of Metal Greymon. And I can maybe find a better image that I can... I think it perfectly captures the, like, less cute aesthetic they're going for. Whether it's a good aesthetic is, I would say, debatable-ish. I mean, that specific art is cute. Like, it's not like a gritty art style, but that's a DeviantArt. That's not official. Maybe this is a real figure that was not some fan-made thing. Not that it matters that much, but... like this, like, metal arm aesthetic, metal head thing, like... cyborg tail underneath the fake skin. Like, it has a bit less of a... I'm not saying it's dark or gritty, actually, just like the designs have a little bit of a tendency towards... yeah, like, but maybe more mature in the sense of trying to be more mature, but not necessarily actually more mature. Like, oh, I got bored of having dinosaurs fight each other, so now I'm gonna have robot dinosaurs fight each other. Like that sort of step, I think. But also, I think that's just the aesthetic impressions they give, to me at least. And like, there's a picture, I don't know if this is an official picture, where it looks like Metal Greymon shoots a missile out of its chest. So it's just sort of like a... that's interesting. Oops. The only thing I know on YouTube by... not many people by the Pokemon Company. It's the weird Piplup song that I think was an ad. The villains actually die? Wonderful. Excellent murder. What was the context for this one song? Oh. Giratina makes sense. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't think Pokemon's actually, like, Pokemon's not dark, but it's not, it's like, the first Pokemon Red had a tower that you climbed with graves all around it and ghosts everywhere. Like, it had clear dark elements and implied darkness. It just wasn't, and I'm also not saying it's deep, very deep, but like, it had things that were dark. They just didn't explicitly state it like super clearly because it was a game targeted probably at 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds. Not that it's only playable by them, but just a specific initial target. Ah, that's a lot of HP. It dies in 3 hits. You know, I want to look for Digimon. Because I don't know how... I don't know how Digimon actually works as a game. And I wonder if it's a more complicated game or if it's basically just Pokemon, but with their own monsters. They have like vaccine attribute, virus attribute, instead of like fire and water, assuming that's how those work. We don't think they have cyborg typing. What? Species belongs to a type. Okay, they basically don't matter that often. Some get advantage. I assume there's not more Senators in the cold. That'd be weird. What do attributes mean? Data, vaccine, and virus are attributes. Oh, a good thing they explode. I think Vespoids are too... I hope, actually, I think it'd be fun if Vespoids are not in wild. I don't know if they've been shown already, but just one less type of bug. Replace them with birds, like some other bird variant to exist. Ah, why can you not hate all wasps? Shouldn't all wasp type things be hated equally? Because they hate people. I mean, everything's good in one way or another. Doesn't mean I don't hate mosquitoes. But I mean, if you like wasps, then you like wasps. Just means that you're weird. No, obviously not. Well, it probably does mean... Oh, cool. It's probably... I bet if all of North America was polled at most 50% of people would actively like wasps. But my guess would be a little lower than that. I wonder if it would probably include like farmers though. Wait. Digimon were originally a Tamagotchi clone? Might have been made by the same people, in which case it's not a clone, but like... The Digimon franchise began as a series of virtual pets created by Wiz and Bandai, intended as a masculine counterpart to the more female-oriented Tamagotchi pets. I didn't know Tamagotchi were female-oriented. Well, yeah. But, like, I think I would take fancy ants over, wasps, personally. Especially if they can't fly. I think the flying is the biggest issue. Because they fly, and then they fly near your face, and if you react to them, they'll stab you because you moved. It's weird to refer to it as stabbing. But I don't think it's technically incorrect. Okay, sting. But yeah, it's stabbing. Is saying stabbing so wrong? It's introducing bias. Stab has a negative connotation. Unlike sting. Sting doesn't have the same negative connotation. Oy. Senator. They don't do damage. Haha, I'm immortal. Get beat up a bit. You can't kill me. I'm bleeding, but I can't bleed. Try me. I can't mount. That should have been a mount right there. Yeah, I wonder what... Like... Oh, I went longer. This took a little longer than expected, I guess. I didn't go longer, but... Sadly, it will be time for me to part. For today. Well, technically it's already tomorrow for me. So I'm not actually leaving. I'll be back again later today. Haha. Oh, time. I hate time. But briefly, is there like a solid distinction on what makes something like? Is there a solid distinction on what makes something a sting? Is it that it's like a singular stab component? Like, if something had pincers with, pointy tips and pinched something and stabbed into it, that wouldn't be a sting, would it? Or would it be? Would that count? I don't know what the distinction is. Obviously biting is biting and pinching is pinching, but... Is it the stabbing? Wait, did I actually finish all the meaningless side quests? Except for one? Yeah, I need to kill a bunch of Uroktor. Sweet. I did all the boring ones. I just need Uruktor and a bunch of large quests, and these large quests can be done over a couple days. Yeah. Looks like... I guess I'm trying to figure, is there a scenario where what an animal does could be defined as a stab and not a sting? Like, I guess if a chimpanzee stabbed you with a stick, that would be stabbing. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Because, the term sting is also applied to jellyfish, because that's like you get stung by a small, needle, basically. Which is a matter of scale. And I think if you step on a... what are they called? Shoot. Sea urchin? It's referred to as a sting. Because I think there's sometimes some degree of venom. Oh yeah. If a sailfish went straight through your chest, that would not be a sting, that would be a stab. Stonefish are terrifying. The idea of stepping on one and getting venom injected into the bottom of your foot and then dying? Not happy. What the heck? Tuskmon. I just was sidetracked because I had a Digimon tab open and I was looking into the versions that turned into Metal Greymon. And there's a Tuskmon, but the things closest to a tusk are on its back, projected forward. This is not to cause a sidetrack. I think we focus on this topic. Because I should wrap up instead of trying to go longer. Yeah, tusks usually in the mouth. Oh, weird. There have been a lot of Digimon films. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it's probably not like I imagine that if you're stabbed by something and there's no venom, maybe it can't be a sting. But if you're stabbed by something with venom, it could still, like, all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. So all stings stab, but not all stabbing is stinging. Sort of order of effect, maybe. With a very talking about stabbing and venom and such is definitely a low risk topic. Just like searching for ammonia, or about ammonia, not for ammonia. So I will wrap up here. I will play this again next week on Saturday. And tomorrow I will play... Well, it's not tomorrow, it's today, but it's tomorrow, but it's today. I will play Grim Dawn again. That game's over. Well, no, the main story is done. That all is done. I'm right where I was. The cats are synced up, that's fun. So yeah, I'll see you around, and I hope you get a proper night's sleep. Oh ho ho. So, have a good night. Bye-bye. Oh, my cat has a heart on its back. Cool. Bye-bye.